Hello, 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 and welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob, and we are making art today. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you have a good time. So we're working on the uh, map for event season, and we're actually going to be getting pretty far ahead. We're trying to kind of, get on top of things so we can kind of have nice runway for all the other work we want to do. But of course, event season does take a portion of time to kind of get worked out, and we're trying some tweaks to things, changes, and it should be pretty interesting stuff. So we already have Halloween stuff basically totally wrapped up and ready to go, as far as I understand it. So I'm going to be working on some Great Winter Hunt map tweaks. And we're going to be doing something a little more dramatic with the map this year. It should be pretty interesting. Um, and yeah, so one of the fun things about the Great Winter Hunt map specifically is I actually get to dress up and like decorate, put ornaments almost, if you will, across the entire map. I don't tend to do that. I actually was looking at maybe a way to do that for the Lunar New Year, where I kind of dim the entire map and have lanterns floating everywhere. But there is a lot of hiccups, unfortunately, with that, with kind of all the toggleable areas. Um, so for now, Great Winter Hunt is kind of like the map where I get to just kind of sprinkle snow, add snowmen, and every year I like to kind of like add a little extra to everywhere on the map. But not only are we kind of like going to kind of make it more of a winter wonderland this year, we're also going to expand a bit of the map region. We're moving the Great Winter Hunt, if you would believe it, away from the festive comet crater. Um, I'm still intending to include the festive comet, and I think I might have an interesting kind of solution for doing that. But I want to actually move the kind of event up to the north near the gloomy greenwood, in fact. Um, so, no, I'm keeping the comet. We're just kind of like changing it in a way. We'll see how it goes. And again, we're doing this on stream. I'm looking for your kind of feedback and input. Um, that's why I do these things live. So let me just kind of share my screen here. So this is down here. Previous year, we had kind of like the train station going, and of course, this is where the actual comet crashes down. Where are you? Events there. There we go. So we have our crater from the Great Winter Hunt comet. And other years we've kind of tried all kinds of different things with it. Let me actually dig into. I was looking at this morning and just kind of seeing where we came from. So let's see. Back in 2013, we had kind of like a snow fort. 2012, we had the Mega by, I think that was Greedy Owl. The comet itself had kind of like the crash landing, and you had to kind of like decorate it up. Toy Factory, back in 2010. That was... Oh, okay, right. We had the Toy Factory, and then the comet smashed into it, destroying it, right? And then you rebuilt it, or fixed the decorations at least. Yeah, that's what it was, right? And then we had like the lighting ceremony, or maybe this was all one here. I don't remember. It was a while back, huh? There was also kind of like the Snowball Fortress, I think, was there. This must have been like when the actual structure was like mid-construction. I think it was like not fully built, and then after the event, I think it got completed, maybe. Was that it? There's like another Comet version. This was when I was like really leaning into kind of like the Comet idea and kind of having that dual structure where there's kind of like two that just kind of merge together, and I got like a little lander on it. And we started to get into kind of like the winter sports activities. I believe this would have been the start of the Golem adventure here, because we had the festive comet that you had to bust through the layers. And then this one, I guess I just kept it. Oh right, this was the ice sculpture kind of coming at us. So we didn't like the event was at this location, I believe, but like this was where kind of the focus came from, or maybe it was over here. I don't remember. I'm not sure if we moved the pip or not. And this was, of course, the shorts all year mouse, and 2020. I think what was the that was more recent. I should know that. Oh, I think that was like delivering gifts and stuff. And then, of course, the train station with Old King Cole. But what we're looking at for this year is we're actually shuffling up to the north. So I want to hide the events folder there, toggle the locations on as useful. And so what we want to actually do is create 3 locations for this event. So we're amping up the gameplay portion of it. We're kind of making it a lot more kind of like just there's more depth to the experience. There's more kind of like interactions and strategies and play that is, instead of kind of like, okay, here's like the rotation of gameplay and oh, I beat it kind of like early on and it's just really repetitive and there's not really kind of anything that you're super kind of like challenged by or focused on. We're looking at some really interesting and fun ways to just increase the kind of like the experience, and it's not like demanding play either, because we're well aware that it's the time of holidays and people want to go visiting, so we don't want to kind of bog people down with like, oh, I gotta like manage all this kind of stuff. But like it is definitely an experience where when you are in the game, there's like so much more you can kind of engage with and think about and kind of like utilize. So it's a lot more fun, and there's some interesting strategies that will be coming from it. Also, what I would like to do is a similar thing to kind of the Gloomy Greenwood, where when the event shuts down, it actually still exists on the map. And I really enjoy being able to kind of like do these things with previous events, kind of like holding a little bit of history in the artwork. Like Carl's Cruise has forever retired and sunk, and having it kind of visible here is just kind of like a little nod to that. We also have kind of like the birthday factory that remains underwater until it surfaces, and we even have the 5th birthday kind of Jaeger mouse character, just kind of submerged. We have like relics of old Huntington's past, and so basically just being able to kind of include little pieces that, if we maybe, let's say we only did this 1 year and we decided, okay, we're going to do something dramatically different, and completely change this territory could still exist, but in a different state. Like the Gloomy Greenwood, it shuts down and kind of like goes into a passive looking state, right? There's like all the pumpkins aren't lit. They're a little mushy and broken, and cauldrons spilled, and you got all the like the chicken feet from the hut walking away. Uh, and I just enjoy that. And like if we really need to kind of use that area, and we're never going to come back to, the witch hut idea, we could always kind of like just overwrite that. But right now we are looking at kind of bringing back that event. I thought it was a lot of fun, and we've done little tweaks and improvements on it as well. So can look forward to that. But what I want to do with this location is kind of create the same kind of state change where like during the event it is accessible, but after the event it kind of goes into a state where it isn't really active and it is less accessible. So basically the idea is like during the event it's kind of got this like pathing and structural kind of look to it, and it's kind of more solid and built up. But then when it kind of like melts and the Great Winter Hunt ends, all the kind of like frozen terrain that made it accessible perhaps melts away, and it's more kind of jagged rocks that are harder to kind of get around, so you can't really kind of access it anymore. So I think that could be a fun way to handle that. As well, another thing to note that we're looking at is kind of like, okay, well, we have these icebergs kind of like drifting from the north, and if we kind of like take this into a more Arctic region and kind of even imply perhaps where the icebergs first come from, I think that's kind of an interesting thing to explore. So we can have a little bit of that in there as well. So yeah. Also, sorry I've been ignoring the chat. I just wanted to kind of like do an info dump real quick, I suppose. Hello and welcome to you all. All right. How long has your MouseHunt name had that emote in it? It's been a little bit. You may have noticed that a number of the devs have some icons in their names, and that's all I'll say. Hello, Diamond. Engineer Potato. Rachel, hello. Bulletide, good morning. Roxanne, hello, hello. Shotgun Jack, Sour Mash, Hey Swifty, Eileen, Vincent, hello to you all. Hello, hello. All right. Roxanne, Alex, Kaz, the Brotino. All right, let's see. Favorite was the toboggan racing. That one was pretty neat. I enjoyed that. I think that, like, I almost want to, like, look at that style of mechanic and kind of take that further with something. I think that was a pretty neat mini game with, like, nitro boosting and stuff like that. It's pretty fun. Oh, yeah, the snow golem. Good times. Yeah, toboggans was good. Cannot get them. Huh. You know what, Kaz? You should reach out to support and just kind of like let them know about that, because that might be a bug that we need to look into, because that would be a big issue if there is an impediment to progress. So definitely create a ticket about that, because that would be good to look into. And I don't have the tools to do that, so. Oh, all right. The toy making, that was pretty neat too. Yeah, we've tried a lot of different things. I know there was even kind of like a concept around like caroling around and stuff like that. We were looking at, but yeah. Like the style of hunting everywhere, but every area has different loot, kind of like a mini treasure hunt. Exactly. No, I think that's like one of the appeals about that kind of like structure is kind of like, I think one of the things we've definitely been looking at and leaning into more and more each year is kind of like having an event have an identity with kind of like a theme. So the birthday being about kind of like, hey, have some free super brie, get a bunch of cheese and stuff like that. And the Great Winter Hunt certainly had become this kind of like uh, gain access to loot pinatas for those specific locations you target in a kind of casual way, where you're not necessarily having to kind of like grind through an area's mechanics to kind of potentially earn some good kind of resources for that location, maybe even jackpot items. So it certainly is a potent reward. So I wouldn't want to kind of go away from that being part of the identity of what the Great Winter Hunt brings to the player. Like I think if we were to kind of like completely flip it on its head and do something, a totally brand new concept, I would still want it to be able to kind of like be like, open your present and get like a whole bunch of loot that you've targeted for some reason. And I think that's neat. And yeah, like the Halloween event used to be a little more kind of like the cursed gold earning event, and then we kind of like came up with better ideas for potions, and now that's the focus, and I think that ties nicely. Spring Egg Hunt, of course, is about kind of like filling in your collection, but also if you want to, you can use it to kind of accelerate a individual location by certain eggs that you can kind of farm. But yeah, so let's see. Iceberg origin area confirmed. I don't think it will be coming from this specific location we're illustrating, but I am like, and I have ideas to kind of expanding the map into the northern kind of regions, and it will definitely be a lot more kind of like Arctic up there. So concepts, and this is kind of like a step in that direction. The actual kind of biome that we had discussed for this location is something I hadn't heard of before, but the concept of what is it, a taiga, where it is kind of like a dense forest, but it's in kind of like snowy territory where the tree line actually exists in that kind of like potentially permafrost area, or kind of at the cusp of. So you get a lot of like evergreen and trees like that. But at the same time, mechanically, we are looking at utilizing the kind of cinnamon fuel source item that we had that were powering the trains, but we're repurposing it. And to kind of use that same concept, we looked at the concept of actually having a cinnamon grove forest, which technically probably not up in the more frozen climates, so a little bit of a stretch there, but just thematically it's kind of interesting to kind of like have a cinnamon forest, and then there's like hiking trails and like ski slopes and stuff like that. So it'd be kind of like this hillside with dense snow and trees kind of going up in that. And then since it's multi-location area, we're gonna have kind of, so that's like a foresty wonderland kind of area, right? Where all the sporty kind of outdoorsy mice are going to exist. And then we're gonna have kind of like more of a, to the right here, we're going to have more of like a boss kind of showdown area where you kind of like use your mechanics and kind of like earn the ability to kind of take actions there. And that's pretty interesting, and kind of like more of the kind of cash out mechanic systems. So there's kind of like the showdown zone where you kind of like use the first area and the second area, which I'll talk about soon, to kind of like generate what you need to kind of go after the boss zone. And so the concept here is this is kind of like a big frozen ice dome that you need to crack open to kind of get to the boss and do your showdown. So it's a relatively clean and simple mechanic, but it has like nice loops that connect with kind of the overall. So it certainly is a much more interesting and engaging experience. And the second location here is actually going to be kind of a winter factory type place, which is where you'll be taking your cinnamon fuel and utilizing that. So I'm not sure what I want that to look like yet. I was kind of chatting with Dave and Giorgio, and one of the interesting concepts that came out was kind of almost like a lumber yard feel, where it kind of feels like it's a bit open air, and a little bit kind of like not totally temporary, but like when the event ends, it can kind of go into a shutdown phase. And the way that we were talking about wanting to connect the actual festive comet, which I would like to still do, is either we were going to like kind of use the concept, oh, okay, so something happened and the festive comet was redirected and is now hitting this region. That's totally something we could do. And it's a good excuse to just kind of move it up here. But we also had this concept of, well, what if it does still land in the same location, but the big bad boss is very much located physically here, and it is the hunter's job to take down the big bad boss, right? So you need to be there to do that. And so the king has set up a kind of like commission to kind of harvest the Great Winter Hunt comet that landed here, and we're going to have kind of like these snow trails that lead up to the harbor, and like winter kind of like festive boats that would be kind of traveling between these two locations, and set up a like frozen harbor here, and then you're using your factory here to kind of process that kind of like important snow to kind of help combat this location's danger and stuff. So that's kind of like the theming concept that I'm working with right now, and I think it's very whimsical and silly, and that's what I think is a great fit for our universe here, especially during events. I feel like we can get a little bit wild with it, because it's like, okay, that was silly and didn't really work. We'll not use it next year, or it's like, no, let's push it further. Let's have giant robots walking out of the ocean and attacking. Yes, fjords and glaciers, definitely. That is kind of like what we would be exploring as we continue to push the map further up. So yeah, rescue the king of the north. Yeah, cool idea. When it have a river that freezes, but when it melts, it's filled with impassable currents, drowning machines. Yes, no, that's actually kind of the concept that I was looking at for kind of like, okay, well, how do we make it this kind of like area that is accessible, but during other seasons you can't use it, and that kind of stuff totally works. Another concept I had was to actually, come on Photoshop, there we go, to create some kind of barrier at this edge to make it feel like, okay, you can't actually get here unless there's this frozen harbor that exists. So of course the terrain I think will look less accessible anyways, but like if this harbor is all melted off and doesn't exist, you can't take your boat up there, and yeah, like you can't just like walk up as easily, at least. And yeah, maybe it is a frozen river that like allows you to pass, stuff like that. Lots of different fun things, and like, yeah, glaciers are definitely a curious way to do it too. All right. Ported all the spare parts for the toboggan trap because they were all so cool. Yes, that's awesome. Oh my goodness. Christmas Cracker Trap carried me hard back when only the Rhino bot existed. Oh wow, yeah, man. Yeah, there's some relics that, like, when you think about them, you're like, oh my gosh, I remember those days. Or I don't even remember those days anymore. It was so long ago. Yeah. Idea to use the toboggan mechanics, have an area based on ancient Rome. You could do an area called circus museums have chariot racing. Oh, that's neat. Another area could be the Coliseum with wave mode. Oh yeah, like so you're combating through waves. That could be really neat. I like those ideas. Yeah, yeah. I think that there's a lot of like cool geographical exploration that we'll be able to get into when we start to kind of like go up into more tundra. So yeah. Yeah, no, that's correct. This Great Winter Hunt area isn't directly related to Icewing, but the concept is kind of like, okay, maybe we're getting up into the territory where Icewing kind of launched her assault from. Maybe even like immediately right there. Who knows? Haven't decided, but I would like to kind of like imply that maybe there was kind of chips of icebergs that got kind of busted off nearby. So yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. Cinnamon does come from trees, not evergreens. Yeah, it's more jungle kind of based. And was it? I think it's. I was just looking up some of the details about this, and did I close the page? I might have closed the page. Shoot. Should have kept it open because I wanted to actually reference the trees. All right, but yeah, it's definitely like in a jungle, and a pretty specific locale too. I don't think it's kind of like a very common thing. I think it's only in like one region. But yeah, yeah, harbor made of ice because that way it's more impractical, right? I mean, if there aren't, I was going to say, if there aren't trees to kind of build your harbor dock with, well, actually, there's a forest that's being kind of used and it's quite dense, so that kind of doesn't work there. But anyways, let's actually do some art today. We won't be doing a screen recording because, first of all, this is a massive file, and it would absolutely blow my computer up if I tried to do it. But also we're working in Photoshop because that's what this kind of file structure has been built in, and it's hard to kind of just easily convert it over, though I actually might look to do that because I do prefer painting in Clip Studio these days. Brushes just feel more comfortable now. So I won't be able to do a time-lapse, unfortunately. But, so we have our current sketch, and I do like kind of what we have just kind of quickly plotted in. I'll probably change kind of this look here a fair amount. But I'm not totally sure exactly what I want to do with that yet. Just going to turn this grid down to like be basically invisible. Even at 5%, it's surprisingly visible now. I tweaked the contrast on my tablet, and before I did that, it was literally impossible to see the grid lines if there was white backing it, so now I can actually see it, so it's nice. And as well, I need to sketch out what this factory actually looks like before I can render it. So where we could start is maybe the factory. I think I'll explore the factory first. I feel like the taiga kind of tree line, I have the concept kind of put down. The actual fortress here, I kind of have a general idea of what it looks like, so it won't be too hard to kind of push that further, but the factory needs that exploration, so we'll start there. I'm going to jump over to the correct layer, and I also just have, this is just blocked in color, it's like really loose, and we'll actually have to kind of render that separately. I also have like just a blotch of white behind these pips, just to kind of see those on the sketch. All right, so I guess I'll bring my sketch back up here, and I want it to be under the pip here. And we'll kind of make it a little more blocky because we want it to be a constructed structure of some sort. So making it more geometric will definitely imply that better. And I also like the concept of kind of like creating this accessible harbor system. So have some docks, kind of. Like so, maybe. Only these will be kind of, you know, frozen dock or something like that. So. And then it'll be interesting to kind of like create some festive looking boats that are kind of like between these 2 points. So we'll see how that goes. I'm skeptical of multi-location events. That's interesting. Like, I'm curious as to kind of like what the difficulty around that is. One of the things that people may not know about is that now a region contains, you know, multiple locations, and friend hunting is linked inside of a region. So for the event, all 3 of these locations will still have linked hunts. And what we discovered with kind of the multi-location addition is that when we're doing event maps, when you're actually looking at the kind of the map system, you'll actually be able to like see what of the 3 locations mice are inside of, as opposed to kind of like, okay, I'll swap my decoration to target those mice. You'll actually be able to see like, oh, this person is currently in the zone with those mice. And so that's kind of like, it gives a little more feedback for that portion of it, which is nice. You still have all your friend hunting linked. I think those are kind of like the main things that it provides. But as well, when you're kind of playing the area, having kind of like the jump through different points, it changes what kind of like mode you're in. So like it won't be a case where you have to kind of like, oh, every time I move location, I gotta like change my trap setup to kind of change power types. Like, we're not interested in kind of making that hoop to jump through. Most events, it's just kind of like, okay, whatever power type, whatever trap you want to use, go for it. It's going to be great. So, you know, you don't need to kind of worry about configuring your trap every time you travel. But it will certainly be a case where when you travel, you kind of like are focused on a different mechanic. And they're all relatively kind of like close and fit together well. But it helps differentiate that moment instead of kind of just changing cheese, altering kind of like the focus. It actually, different HUD components become available to you through traveling, and it makes it easier to do that as well. Separating those ideas, and then also, you know, like I think it'll be fun to have these distinct feeling locations. And again, yeah, like with the region hunting, it will kind of allow everyone to kind of remain linked, so that is nice. And that, of course, wasn't possible before we made that tweak. All right. You need to be able to hunt the giant octopus mouse. You need to hunt Bubbles. Although I think Bubbles is just an octopus, a wizard's octopus, but yeah. We got like squids with mouse ears. Do we have an octopus with mouse ears? I feel like in the Sunken City we would. I haven't looked through that like roster for a while. There's like 60 mice in there or something. Good amount. All right, so factory. I should probably get this ball rolling. More skeptical, yeah, more skeptical of change in general, and that is totally understandable and fair. I get that. But that's also, you know, something that we always kind of like think about carefully, is kind of like, okay, are we changing things for the right reasons? And, you know, even if it is the right reason, is it actually worth kind of the that kind of like difficulty that it always comes with whenever there's kind of change to something that's familiar? It can certainly just have a bit of you know, a little more kind of pushback on that. It's not the most comfortable thing. So let's see. We're looking at kind of like a snowy region, so we wouldn't have flat rooftops. We would definitely have kind of like angled roofs, so that the snow itself can just kind of slush off of it. But I also want it to kind of have some nice kind of big kind of storage potential, and like an open yard perhaps, to kind of make it feel like, because one of the things about it is it's going to remain kind of like a more frozen or refrigerated, I suppose you could kind of consider it, factory. So it remains nice and cool inside. But a nice way to do that is to kind of like have it be more kind of open to the elements in it in ways. So kind of like could just have like a storage kind of canopy, right? But it's like exposed otherwise. You know, it's not, there aren't walls of insulation or something like that. There can be kind of like the snow piles that get like delivered from the harbor or something in here that are getting processed. Perhaps that could be a thing. Yeah, I'm definitely not as comfortable with the Photoshop brushes anymore. Have like a catwalk going around up here, perhaps, because why not? One thing to always kind of like try to remain conscious of, and that's the reason I have the grid visible right now, is the perspective that I need to kind of maintain. Maps are always an interesting and very kind of like specific decision that you have to kind of like make a point to be consistent with. Otherwise, you get like weird kind of elements. Like there are a lot of weird elements with the Gnawnian map, that's for sure. I have done a overpass to kind of correct a number of them, but one of the things that I really want to kind of like remain consistent with from this point on is kind of keeping this perspective of the kind of like three-quarter view from above, and this grid helps me kind of align that concept of kind of like, okay, we're looking down at around this angle. Each kind of diamond here is representing kind of like a perfect square, but like tilted. So it kind of gives me an impression of kind of like what kind of angle I should be looking down at this stuff from. For example, the bottom of this roof should technically, if I were to kind of duplicate and blow this up, it should, and it won't because I didn't do a good job, but it should align with the actual grid shape, right? You can see that. So if I tilt this more here, I'll actually just kind of dim that down. But I'll start with just kind of like, okay, this is the bottom of the roof. And then here's a center point here and here, and go straight up from those points. And then using this same line here, because we're also working in a little more of an isometric. It's not like super constrained isometric kind of angle, but how high do I want that? Maybe here. I don't need it to be crazy steep. But yeah, we don't have like really severe perspective, but that can also like feel a bit awkward and look a bit awkward. So, you know, I kind of allow myself to render a bit of perspective on things, but you know, as long as they're not too close to other things with a lot of perspective, then it'll be okay. Okay, so normally what I would want to do is kind of taper the backside in more, right, to kind of have it going off into perspective, right? It feels a little more comfortable like that. But if we're keeping it more isometric, these being parallel allow for that. But it feels like the back is too big now, to me at least, because I don't tend to work in isometric. So I'm just going to trim that just a hair in, just so that I feel a little more comfortable with that. But that does cause a little bit of conflict with everything else if you really put it all together. But it is what it is. Artistic decisions and compromises, that is part of the process. But yeah, now this roof is actually in line with kind of like the needed perspective, right? So I can just kind of blow this up to the size I want it and just plop it in place. So I'll just erase the old one. Actually, you know what? I'll keep this because I can use it for the other roofs. Because it should just be able to be flipped horizontally, and now it'll just be going in the other direction, but still appropriately angled. Yeah, so that feels dramatically different from where it started. And that just goes to tell me how off I was from the grid. So it's a good thing I did that. All right. I'll just erase that and grab a copy of this one. So it is more appropriately sized. And I think this slope here will actually be less steep. So I should be able to just grab that. And it's good enough. It's good enough facsimile of what I need it to do. So right now it kind of feels more like just a barn. So I want to kind of make it a little bit more industrial feeling, I suppose. I don't want it to be like gross industrial though. I want it to be more like a workshop feel, like a kind of like, you know, there's some kind of production happening, but like it's more out in the backwoods as opposed to kind of like some industrial plot that's kind of, you know, destroying the environment. This should be more like Santa's workshop kind of feel. Right now it's not really getting that, so. Let's give that a flip. Oh, not vertically flipped, horizontally flipped. Thank you. And I'm going going to make a copy of that so I can shrink this one down. Just kind of link it here. Actually, okay, so this design maybe starts to feel a little bit more like that kind of like, you know, lumber mill yard or something like that. If I kind of like make sure this yard kind of area feels a little more what's going on there. I think this roof is a bit too big, so I'll shorten that. And again, so many like little decisions that are just not even really going to be noticed, so I am overthinking it as usual. Oh yeah. Don't get too hung up on the physics, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, fair point about the whole kind of like time ripping reality stuff that we decided to do. Reality is not a feature of our project, and I'm okay with that. I think it's fantastic, in fact. But yeah, I do like to get caught up on the really minutiae details that are just not that relevant as much as I want them to be. So thank you for that shift of perspective. I think that's more than appropriate. Bump this over just a smidge. And I think that I want to kind of have lots of windows and glow and warmth come from this structure. I think that'll kind of like contrast the like frozen harshness of this kind of like boss zone where it's like really hard and kind of like dangerous feeling, right? I don't want it to be like ultra aggressive, but like I do want it to feel like, okay, that's hostile territory. We don't really get to go up in there. And this is kind of like, it'll be like a nice mix of like warmth and cold from kind of like the like tree line going up into the kind of like frozen mountain there. And then this will be kind of like, you know, a nice warm cozy place. Actually, I do want this shorter. So it'll look nice. I think this will help balance the fortress area as well. Yeah, I also I want there to be a nice kind of difference between the kind of sizes of objects here. If I had like such a big kind of roof off to the side, it just kind of made it feel like there was no hierarchy between these structures. Whereas kind of making sure that, okay, that central point is like the biggest object, and this is like a third the size of that. There's at least much more kind of play between those shapes and the sizes of those shapes. And it makes it more interesting to look at. Okay. Yeah, this is still very barn feeling, but I don't know. Maybe if there's like kind of some walls up as well, that'll kind of retainer wall kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's what's missing is that kind of like, yeah, we need piles of kind of like the lumber um, and like the snow to kind of be like, okay, cool, this is processing things, right? And I think I'll even have kind of like a nice big kind of chimney. So it'll have kind of using that same kind of cinnamon smoke that we had for the train, where it's like burning clean cinnamon fuel, and it just smells like cinnamon sugar and is not a bad thing for the environment. Unlike old King Cole who wanted to like burn coal. Again, ignore reality. That's the best way to play this game. Okay, so we have the yard, and I think I'll actually have the yard be more open, and I'll have kind of like the big snow piles here in the retainer wall, right? Okay, another thing I need to realize is like, oh, what's that pip doing? It's covering over the entire rooftop there, so that's not ideal. I think I might be able to just kind of shunt this whole thing down and kind of like bring it right up to the harbor itself. So now they're even more kind of like, oh, okay, that's one thing that's all connected, right? And that's what I want. So I can kind of move it so that the pip should be kind of nicely staged, as well as the naming. I can kind of just extend this little bit of land further south too. But yeah, I think that's what I want, so that you can kind of clearly see, okay, the name is going over top of the location, so they're really connected. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So I definitely had to move it a fair amount, but I think that's good. Okay, and we'll just kind of move this ice cliff out to include that. And what's interesting is kind of like keeping in mind where the edge of the original map is. So the harbor here will kind of like cover over where it used to be, so technically this just got built, which makes sense. But the edge of this wasn't technically visible before, even if it was there already. So that works. Alright. Snow piles as the retaining wall. Yeah, that could work too. Yeah. This game is my reality. Oh, Eileen. Alright. Hello, Angel. Angel Demon. Welcome. Michael Fletcher, yeah, the wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, mousey websy. Thank you, Roxanne. I'm glad that it is an appreciated thing because I can't help myself. Unnecessary detail is like what drives my kind of, it drives me. Being able to kind of like think about weird kind of like, okay, what is the actual like material quality And if I'm rendering this in this kind of lighting condition, like that's the stuff that like makes me excited to kind of render. Um, and I know a lot of artists that are like, I hate that. Like that's a nightmare. Why do you like that? So it's fun. Um, but yeah, all the unnecessary details are also just a joy to kind of like add in. And also, I hope it makes being a part of the live creation of these things a little more special. Because it's like, you got to know that that detail exists, even if you can't really appreciate it in-game. It's there now. You know about it. That can live on. And you can tell your grandchildren all about it. Alright, so we'll have kind of like lots of kind of big windows around. Maybe this is just kind of like gigantic bay window up here, something like that. And then kind of like big, kind of easy to kind of haul through bay doors. Right. I could move the pips instead, that is correct. But, I mean, they're in the back end for the kind of building of this area. They've already been placed there, and their placement is actually nicely situated, especially when we have kind of like the regional focus, where we're kind of like improving the map a little bit soon, where we'll kind of like make it so that like when you click on a region, it actually points you to an appropriate place. And the way these are spaced out, it kind of like has a nice balance between them where it's kind of like, okay, these two are lower tier than this one, that's a little further away, a little more kind of less accessible. These two are kind of like evenly accessible in a way. So they're kind of like you're kind of farming and grinding concepts, or at least the tier before this one. And yeah, I think just kind of moving this down is great. I actually like it being closer to the harbor itself anyways. And I'm going to have lots and lots of kind of like broken off kind of like hunks of ice from this ice cliff. I actually visited a location with Giorgio by bike that was kind of like we went bike riding for a day together, and we visited a place where it's sand bluffs, like it's literally giant kind of mountain of sand, not mountain size, but like it's a very, very large piece of land that is made of sand, and it's slowly eroding. And we like biked down and looked at it from the bottom, and we even biked up on top and rode around up there. But it's just kind of cool to like see nature in that kind of unique state where it's just kind of like that's not a common thing to see. I'm pretty sure that was like from glaciers pushing, soot and sand into just gigantic, compact things. And so, just kind of like finding cool, inspiring geography like that. And of course, like melting ice caps is not as cool, and definitely is a thing. But it can look incredible and amazing. So I'm going to try and capture a little bit of that here, I think. And it also kind of helps play into this concept of like Icewing's iceberg kind of cracking off from some big, gigantic hunk of ice up here, right? So I think it would only make sense to show a little bit more of that concept here. Hello, Purple. Welcome. I mean, hello. It looks like the Gnawnian flat Earth has almost reached the edge of the world. Nice. There's no limit. We can always keep expanding somehow. We'll find a way. It used to be shorter. When did we expand it? I don't remember. I don't think it was necessarily the most logical area you would think of that caused me to kind of like increase the top and bottom of the map, but it was definitely like kind of more like cut off here and here or something like that. But like, yeah, like look how cramped the bottom is, right? Just smush it all down in there. And then there's just like all this open area over here. So we're definitely going to be looking at using kind of these open areas. And you know what? When we fill it, I'll just make it bigger. We'll find a way. We'll go inside the core of the planet. We'll flip the map inside out. Go on the underside. I mean, technically, we kind of have that concept here where you like go inverted into the rift. And of course, there's always space. Just a thought. Could always take it to space. That's another layer up there. Yeah. Hey, I like it, Shotgun Jack. Map is complete. Time to go to the moon. New map. Moon map. It's all cheese. Made of cheese. Yeah, I did see the fan art. It's incredible. Very cool. Very, very cool. Looking forward to seeing more of that project. The Dolly generated expanded map. There's some interesting Dolly stuff that has come out of it. Actually, before like the whole Dolly thing blew up, I was actually playing around with like a mini generator and seeing what I could get out of like MouseHunt characters, and it was not as good as kind of like the current day stuff, but it was pretty funny. Had some interesting kind of like wizard mice and magical mice and stuff like that. Some horrifying looking things as well. It was great. I want like some bushes and stuff too. Kind of, I don't know, make it a little friendlier. And we're like closer to kind of this line here, where there's kind of this thick, dense evergreen forest, right? So I feel like we would kind of have a decent amount of that just kind of like come over here and like, forest it up. But I also think it wouldn't be a bad idea to kind of like have some concept of like, this is inaccessible, right? There is some kind of barrier here that has just been out of sight, that cuts us off, right? And I like the concept of it being something that is meltable. Because then it kind of makes it easier to just be like, oh yeah, that location shut down and you can't get there anymore. So however we want to do that. Yeah, it could be, yeah, like there was a great idea with kind of like the rushing rapids that like freeze over so it becomes safe to travel. But I also kind of like the idea of it's just like, you don't actually like go up, through this path here and like go over here and find your way through the gloomy greenwood to get up into this like taiga. I think it would be kind of interesting if it was this feeling of like, oh, cool, the Great Winter Hunt ships are here, and you take it over up to here and kind of like do your thing. So in that case, it would be just kind of like totally impassable terrain of some kind. It could be like a chasm. You know, that could be interesting if we like look at what happened here down at the canyon here. This kind of like had long time ago this kind of like city structure here that kind of cracked off when this crazy rupture happened that sunk, and like part of the land perhaps is what kind of like lifted off with Zugzwang, right? But it would be interesting if you kind of like look at that. We kind of have an interesting potential of, okay, so we have a mountain range here, which means that very, very likely there is like a tectonic plate smashing together, right? Here and here. And if this is cracking along here, maybe that's kind of like, you know, the plate separating somehow. But it's like, okay, well, what if there's one here, and these kind of converge at like a volcanic island, right? Like, I feel like there is something to this shape that it's like, okay, cool, like, if there is volcanoes, and that's how you get islands forming, right? That kind of works out, doesn't it? So that could make sense if I just use, basically there's just a plate separation here. It is just either kind of like a gigantic crevice is like a rift is being kind of ripped between the two, or even it's lifted up on top of the other one. That could be interesting. Bubbles is a volcano, confirmed. Bubbles is a force of nature, I'll give him that. Don't mess with Bubbles. Yeah, exactly. That's how I look at this stuff. I'm always thinking like, okay, but what's actually happening? It's ridiculous. And it's like, okay, but then the Acolyte, like, the rifts and realms, and like, what's that doing to the terrain, right? Could do anything. That could cause cinnamon trees to grow up in the tundra, right? I just like to like understand why, even if it's ridiculous, right? That's all I need. Glacial melt. That's true. Yeah, like it could cause, like there could be a natural, but like not incredibly deep kind of gouge in the earth from shifting, but like the kind of like glacial melt coming from up here is then kind of collecting and causing those like incredible rapids during the warmer months, right? So that makes it like impassable there at that time. All good suggestions. I like them. But yeah, I think I can just kind of like make this, you know, into just kind of like really rough and rocky, kind of just like, oh yeah, you could try, but like don't die trying to cross that. It's kind of ridiculous. It looks like maybe you could get through that, but I don't know. And yeah, so there'd be like lots of kind of like shelves of like mini waterfalls and stuff. So it could look really pretty too. But like it clearly separates this space. It's like aggressive, and you know, we don't even need the player to like look at it and be like, I cannot pass through that. Because honestly, when you're traveling around the map, are you actually like, aha, and then I walked down this path, all the way down this path, and wait, okay, no, I went back up, and I walked down this path, and that is how I got to Clawshot City. And then I took a train to there, and then how did I get to the floating islands? Right, I guess I went went through all this maze and under there and found an opening to go up in here, climb across this bridge, dirigible all the way over to this specific island. Like, I think it's more a case of kind of like, okay, cool, I'm traveling here, done. Looking at the map, it's like, cool detail, I like it. That's probably as much thought as people really give it. So I'll do all the kind of like, the kind of like, all right, here's how it works, and you know, all you need is it's implied that there is some thought behind it, and I'm sure it'll feel like, cool, this was an interesting design choice. Good job, maybe. I'm gonna be rambly today, I think. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll just have like this kind of like current that just will wash away people who try to go through it. And then, you know what? That just, it'll force me to, when I move up here, map-wise, I'll be like, cool, what is causing this crazy current? And then I have to solve that problem. And that makes it more fun. Just give myself future problems to solve. Perfect. Always a good call. But yeah, I feel like rapids near this kind of forest feel appropriate, and then it does feel very wildernessy for the kind of jump to it taiga. So I like it. I think it works. And we'll probably actually cut the map off like here or something like that, so I don't need to like really figure out too much up there. Let's see. So I'm content with the kind of like the basis of this workshop. I'm actually gonna give it a little whoop. Those kind of, I don't know what those are called, those window styles where they kind of stick out the side of a sloped roof. But I always like those. One of those, whatever they're called. Yeah. Like, what does the angle need to be for this? I don't know. I'm actually gonna do a. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. Window. What is the image? Image rotation. Flip canvas horizontal. Ooh, this will be interesting because the map is massive, and it's not as like as smart as Clip Studio, where it actually just like flips the render of the image as opposed to literally going through every layer and flipping it. So this was potentially a terrible idea before saving. I forgot that it does this, where it's literally like editing every layer. You better not crash. It's a big file, you guys. And I've compressed this a fair amount. Like, the thing is, I tried to open this file in Clip Studio, and it's like, sorry, this is an invalid file type. It is too big to be an art file. Oops. Yeah, if I need to, I will actually, like, grab a screenshot from the stream, because we're still just in the sketch, right? And I can just, like, plop that on top and work under that, right? Have I ever even flipped the map? Are we doing this? Are we gonna like explore what Gnawnian actually looks like, you guys? It's gonna look weird. I promise you that. It's gonna look broken and bad. Alright. Okay. So far, not terrible. The rework of these areas was a success. They don't look totally wonky and bad. I'm happy about that. We got ourselves Folklore Forest. Looking pretty. This is like the Negaverse. It's so wrong, right? Weird. Whoa. Everything's wrong. The tower's fine though. This is like the opposing faction to Gnawnian. Just this is on the right side of the map that we don't see. Just the inverted world. Weird. This is wild. Okay, so I'm not as like, oh my gosh, everything is gross and awful looking. So, a little bit of wonkiness. I did rework that. I still need to blow this island up. One day. One day. Okay, you know what? I'm going to work this way for a bit. But I should also save. And because I'm saving on like the base file and I've inverted it, and what if it breaks, I'm going to give it a new name, new file. Let me move my mouse to the save as. Alright. I'll just call you flipped. And then when I'm done for the day and I flip it back, I'll save over the original, because it'll be fine to do that. But yeah. I like it. Gnawnian, the Mirror Kingdom. It's terrifying, isn't it? It's so weird. Anyone just showing up randomly is going to be like, what is happening? What is this? Invert all the... Oh, gosh. Should I? Let's see. What is that command? Can I just do that? I hate it. Already. I could probably just make a layer at the top and set it to difference. Will that do it? What happens if I just kind of like copy and paste and oh wait, okay, if I set this to normal and then just on this layer, sorry, this is something I don't normally do. You might wonder why I'm not constantly doing. Ugh. There we go. It's beautiful. Look at this soft and cozy cushion. Not terrifying at all. Come get your wheat. It's delicious. Not poisonous. No, sir. Nightmare material right here. Oh, the water looks kind of cool. It's like the toxic spill sludge. Like living garden. Weird. So weird. Okay, I'm deleting that. What an experiment. And that's why Feedback Friday is an interesting time. You definitely won't be getting that in the live experience, so keep that one and tell it to your grandkids, I guess. Alright, I'm going to move this out of the way. And I just hit save, so it's going to take a minute now. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to hide the pips. I don't need them. And I'm actually feeling good about the sketch. I feel like I can render from there for that. I don't really need to like do more sketching to just kind of like start to render this, so good with that. So I'm going to work on just kind of like shoring up what I want this to feel like, and then we should be good to start rendering. And we're at 12:20, so I figure by the time I take lunch, I'll be ready to start actually rendering. So I had a couple of different thoughts when I was kind of scribbling stuff. I liked kind of the idea of like a snowflake formation, which is a six-sided structure, right? So I could use kind of like 6 prongs somehow. Definitely I want to keep this kind of like ice dome globe thing, and it kind of feeling like it's radiating out. Hence why I kind of have these like layers going on. But I also like kind of this like frozen kind of terrain merging with the dome itself. I think that looks kind of cool. It's like becoming a part of the environment, or it created the environment around it is more likely the possibility. I kind of, like with this one, I had an idea of kind of like this power rippling out from it, and that's why it kind of like has rings of kind of spikes, like almost like a crater impact, but you know, we're not really kind of using the Great Winter Hunt festive comet in that way, although that might actually be a perfect solution for that. If it did just get redirected up here, and this is the Great Winter Hunt comet, but it is like become this, you know, fortress. Technically, we did already kind of use that concept with kind of like having to dig through the comet in the past, right? But like, if it smashed down and like absolutely kind of created these, like, I actually kind of like the idea of it being almost like there was like a bubble of ice that kind of like formed around it. So there's this just kind of cool shell like quality for the whole thing. I feel like the Shadow Paragon, I believe, has kind of like this aesthetic going for it, where there's kind of like these kind of like shells of material kind of like bubbling around and kind of peeling back or kind of melted. So I don't know, something like that. It's like pretty uber aggressive, so I don't know if I want it to feel that way for something that is like, you know, festive time. Now go fight this spiky super evil, right? Like I don't want it to kind of have like too dire and epic a vibe, because you know it's the holidays. We just want to have a chill, fun time, right? Yeah, too crazy, not Halloween. Exactly. Like after the first string, though, I kind of like it. I like all the theory crafting about what this inverted world is. I love it. Yeah, exactly. The boss could totally be responsible for the redirection of the festive comet, and it created a fortress using that, right? Mm-hmm. Frozen Dome castle thing with, yeah, yeah. There you go. Like concentric hexagonal walls, totally. Yeah, the snow globe, exactly. I like it. The more kind of like fun, kind of like festive feel is like, yeah, it's more like a snow globe fortress, right? And you have to kind of like break through that barrier. Um, like if we're looking at it from kind of like the side profile, let's say, I think we could still have these kind of like spiky kind of ice kind of like growing up the side of it. Quality, I think, would be neat. Actually, if I just kind of dim this all a bit, and then I like erase out You know when you have like your windowsill was a bit damp and it was like there was a freeze overnight and you like look and there's just these kind of like ice crystals kind of crawling up. Like I feel like that's kind of an interesting look to something like that, and it feels less kind of like uber threatening, you know, but it's magical feeling and mysterious. So that's kind of a neat way to do that. And so instead of like all, like really jagged peaks to this, it could be they kind of like more like they just have grown into it and merged with it, something like that. But again, if we have like the comet smashing down, I do also like the idea that it kind of like it kind of threw up all this material, and then that suddenly flash froze midair kind of thing, right? So there's just these kind of like shells, and it makes it feel more like, oh, it was like a part of the defense for it. And then like one way to kind of just tone down the threatening vibe of it is we just kind of soften those kind of jagged peaks and not make them feel too razor sharp, right? So that could be a way to kind of right. So something like that. If we were looking at it from like down on the ground, you know, it totally reminds me of like if anyone played StarCraft, like a Zerg's kind of hive mind nest thingy. The Nexus? No, is that Protoss? It's been a while. Um, yeah. So that could be kind of cool if it feels like it's kind of almost unnatural formation, but like you could kind of like maybe be like, oh, that's what happened. Okay, cool. It's like if there was like a volcano that like erupted a bubble of kind of magma that suddenly like flash froze, you'd have this like dome of like, you know, rock and glass, and that would be like super cool. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about with this. It could be cool. But yeah, like I also like the concept of like, okay, cool, can we get a hexagonal kind of like design to kind of also emulate, you know, the ice crystal growth concept. I'm going to take a copy of this elsewhere so I don't lose that if I want to kind of go back to it. But I'm actually just going to smudge that out. And I still have kind of like an idea of the placement thanks to kind of the layer of color underneath. So I can still put the dome in the same spot. Yeah, putting like piles of snow on the peaks of it too would kind of like make it a little more kind of gentle, but also it's like, cool, that's actually been there for a while, right? Like, it's established itself to be able to kind of like have snow piles like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like during the warmer months, then this whole dome, everything else will just kind of have melted away. And that's also another thing that I want to explore potentially today, if we have time, is like, okay, cool. What does the like the normal map look like where this is no longer accessible? Is it just like a bunch of like rocks that are kind of in the similar shape and there's like ice chunks all over the place. Like it's still cold and partially frozen, but it certainly isn't kind of as solid as it was once. I think that would be totally a cool way to explore that potential. I'm trying to be mindful of like, okay, we're really like, we have a fairly steep top-down angle on this. So I don't want to feel like we're really coming at it from the side. I want to come at it from above more than I am. So I feel like there could be arms of ice visible from the back even. Just barely though. Have this kind of come up over top a bit more. Also, I need to keep in mind that this is still flipped. So normally I have the lighting coming in from the top right, but technically I need to be thinking about it coming in from the top left right now. It's inverted. Alright, so if these are steeper inward, feels like we're looking down at it more so now. So I'll just kind of soften that sharp point a bit. I don't think I want it covering up that high on it, because I do like this kind of visual of the bubble rising out of the terrain more so, instead of being consumed inside of it. So I think I'll pull back on these just a little bit more, and just have the bubble kind of rising up and out of it just a smidge more than it is. I think I just need to make sure that these angles are low enough, or from above enough rather. Okay. And then just kind of trying to get some concept of the dimension. Put that in the center, and I think I'll shrink that just a bit. Okay. So the distance from this to this should be the same as this to this kind of thing, because it's square. But then, do we want to think of it more as a hexagon? In which case, you have a hexagon, and you plop a square on that. It's not a very good square that's centered. Like something like that. It's kind of like, okay, from that corner to that corner, surprisingly works. So I feel like that isn't right, but it might be. Yeah, it kind of works. Okay. So maybe that's a bit steep. I guess what I could do is take a square selection of this and move it over, rotate it by 45, and then deselect, reselect, smush it down so we're good and gravy. Actually, you know what? I almost did it right. Almost. Okay, so. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do as a command. Okay, whatever. We'll just erase. Bit of that. Bit of that. Grab this whole thing. move it, rotate it by 45. And then compress. Cool. All right. So I guess that should be ish. It's close. It's not perfect, but as long as it gives me kind of like an idea. There's definitely a better way to have done that. Cool. I'll just work with that. So if I have kind of like the most kind of major peaks coming from those 6 corners, that kind of like has the concept there of like the kind of like wings of a snowflake. And then these extra kind of walls of ice coming up, as long as they're like only a third the height, they'll still kind of have a nice hierarchy there going on. Yeah, it feels very kind of like Dragon's Lair kind of quality to it, right? Like it's something big lives here. And I don't know what the mouse is yet. We haven't created this character that is actually the kind of like antagonist of the event. So I think that whatever we do as the identity of this kind of like fortress will help inform that character. So you know, like with the whole kind of like Icewing invasion, it's like I wonder, like, is that character going to actually be related? We could explore that potential, right? No, definitely not a meter square. It's, yeah, more like kilometer or more. Things are not to scale at all in this map, right? We have an entire like town or city or kind of like villa or whatever you would consider that, farmland, and a canoe. You know, like a canoe that's as big as an inn. And yeah, so like this barn is gigantic, but I don't know. Like each of these kind of tiles is probably not an insignificant amount of space. You know, like the actual town of Gnawnian itself is, you know, like maybe like what, 16 of these? I don't know. Yeah, certainly has a decent amount of like, and we're also kind of like thinking of it as if there's different climates, right? And that's how big enough like some of this distance is, right? So like down on like the southern hemisphere down here, we have a lot less kind of like plant growth and stuff. So it's a drier kind of climate along this kind of path here, and partially it's because of the mountain range that like the like water coming in from the ocean is kind of going to get trapped along this side of the mountains and deposit the water there, and that's why it's more arid past the mountains, right? But yeah, like up here we're gonna have frozen, right? So like desert, tropical, and kind of temperate and frozen. So yeah, definitely big enough distance to get that kind of like the biome differences. And you know, of course, it's just very kind of exaggerated, so we can have that, feeling of these different kind of like locations and stuff. But that's how I think of it. It's pretty massive, right? Like instead of like 1 kilometer, maybe it's like 100 kilometers per tile. I don't know. Yeah, see the mouse weight stats, and you'll realize how nothing works. All of the actual kind of references to any kind of consistency of units is totally bonkers. Totally does not make any sense, and that's fine because a wizard did it. And there's tiny craziness, and you know what? Like half the problems we could really just blame the lore kind of rewriting from the Mythweaver over there, right? Like just totally messing with reality. Who knows how long that mouse has actually been kind of like changing things and altering what we think we know. No, it's the problem with kind of like existing in this universe is like, what is the reality? We don't quite know. Things are not what they seem. I'll give you that much. They're not what they seem. All right. I think this is an interesting kind of potential here. Oh, I'm rendering this one up here. These are practically the same, aren't they? Nice. Doubling the work. I think this one has like more of a clear separation between these boundaries, the layers. Although this one feels like the center is kind of like at a higher altitude than the areas around, so I kind of like that. I want to just kind of drop these down a bit. And it suddenly is going to break the very perfectly accurate hexagon shape that I totally used very well and effectively. So there's that. Maybe I just make it more obvious. Okay. Maybe that's what I should do if I want to really convey any of that. Actually, I kind of, what if it is more kind of like there are these kind of shelves of structure that kind of like make this area even more kind of inaccessible. No. Don't know. I did kind of look at that concept more here, where there's kind of like, different plateaus, and I kind of like that. And this feels less aggressive in general, which might be the direction I want to go in. And there's like, it's easy to transition that into kind of like, okay, cool, it all melted, and it's actually just a lot of like broken up terrain that isn't really structural anymore. So that works. Yeah, I think I want to pull back on these crazy spikes, to be honest. And if I want to go back to it, basically this drawing is the same thing. Yeah, I think I like it being more one with the terrain and less like ultra spiky aggressive, and more just kind of like there's this crazy ice dome up on the top of a plateau that, like, to actually hike up there, you're crazy to try, right? But like there is paths potentially, and we can kind of do more of the hexagon kind of plateaus this way, I suppose. We want to try that. So sorry, I've been very bad at kind of following chat. Yeah, totally. The geography is extremely exaggerated and cartoonified. It's very much the case where, like, if you're looking at kind of like a map for a theme park, that's the vibe I think it really gives off. Is like, hey, go check out the windmill. It's not actually the size of, you know, like the biggest building ever in the universe. It is not going to tower over a castle, but like now you can see it on the map because it's like drawn to be visible. That's kind of like the idea of what the things on the map really are. Is like they're icons, right? This map is built out of icons as opposed to kind of like a realistic depiction of the topography and terrain. Okay, so I actually want to open up a file where I was doing some other concepting. Thank you, Michelle. Copy link. But I don't want to let you guys see that because it's more spoilery. I do want to look at it for my own reference. So, okay, cool. Yeah. Good. Okay, so I'll leave that up there where I can see it and you can't. All right, so I think one of the things I want to do is actually, I kind of like this platform, but I actually want it to feel lower down. So one of the things that I don't think I'm capturing is just how much this kind of like globe, the snow globe, is like really kind of like towering over things, and I think that I want to kind of like make that more prominent feeling. Pull that down a bit. So the actual kind of like connecting ice growth is going to be like on the underside of this, kind of almost pushing it up into the sky. I think that's more kind of the vibe that I think would look neat. Because actually, one of the HUDs is going to have like a view of this from the hunter perspective. So that's going to play into how this looks here. Yeah, so we are at 12:48, which means we're going to go on lunch in like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. I'm not quite there with this sketch yet, so I'm a little behind on where I thought I might be. But also, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, the moment it starts to click, it'll go faster, a lot faster. So we might still get this sketch figured out within the next 10 minutes. I hope we do. Okay, so I think there might still be that kind of like that kind of ring of kind of ice barrier that kind of shot up and froze. I feel like that's too cool to not include. Like I like it being a crater, right? And so if I do that, it's pretty easy for us to just go with the kind of like, cool, a mouse used like whatever powers, redirected it, it blasted the ground here, and now it has set up its fortress within it and is using its magic to kind of like, ruin the holiday, right? Um, and even if we don't decide that it's like, oh no, the festive comet still landed, and we're doing the whole kind of like shipping the snow from Gnawnian Harbor, from the natural comet crash site. Uh, this still works because we'll just have a boss that just like can create crazy ice domes for, like keeping hunters out so they can kind of like activate the holiday ruining plan, etc. So, all right, yeah, I think this is kind of got the right vibe. It's intense, but it's like not as evil feeling intense, like kind of making it feel more like a crown or something like that. As opposed to like a spiky death pit. Right? It's just like a cool, impressive structure. Not like a dragon's kind of like, um, you know, nest of doom or something. I don't know. I'm not totally sure what I'm saying anymore. But I'm thinking that has kind of like an interesting quality to it. And I also want to have more of the kind of like that like snow rippling out feeling. So we'll have kind of like mounds of like snow drift and piled up. And then like this cliff edge here, I want that to be like aggressively steep and tall. So like down here, we're at the water line. But up here, it's like very high altitude. To like get to this zone, it's all uphill, pretty steep, in fact. So I like that. It makes it more imposing. Like, clearly it's more of the goal. It's up at the top of the real mountain. This is just a molehill compared to it, right? So I think that's kind of the way I want to stage those with each other. It's like this just kind of like blasted away some of the tree line that used to be there. Boom, decimated, right? So this is kind of more of like not a natural occurrence. It's either something the mouse has caused or the comet caused this devastation and destruction. So that's interesting. And I don't want it to feel too ripply and wavy, but more kind of like shattered, I guess. Yeah. So since it's ice and snow, we could have kind of like relatively clean-cut edges of things, but they'll just kind of melt and soften just a little bit. And of course, when the actual event ends, we can just kind of like just make this whole thing just melt into a pile of poopy slush. So you won't even want to come here. All right. if we want, we can have like kind of like the concept of a path, but it'll be like really zigzaggy. I don't know if we want to show a path at all, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. I do feel like the way I drew the globe is very much from the side. But it does help it feel like it's kind of like floating above things almost. It's higher up. So hopefully that works. Yep. 5 minutes left for munchy, munchy, lunchy lunch. Very true, very true. Well, I think that itself is a sign that, like, okay, cool. I think we just are going to work with this. I don't dislike it, so that's good. I think it works. I feel like I could keep scribbling and trying to find that thing that's like exactly that, perfect. However, I also think that it's in a decent enough kind of position that when I start rendering it, I'll make decisions there and just kind of adjust what I think needs to be adjusted as I render it. And I'll end up kind of where I want it to be, probably more efficiently than if I just kind of like was sketching for the rest of the day, trying to figure it out, right? So yeah, I think the color underneath is kind of making it a little harder to see what's going on as well. Just turn that off real quick. The Hive, that's what the name of it was. I'm sure someone wrote it in the comments already, but Zerg Hive. Okay, so that's more interesting, I feel. I actually kind of like this almost sloping inward, like it's a nest for this snow globe. Maybe I don't want that, but it's kind of interesting. Let's see where that takes us, right? Always change the direction as we need it. All right. Now, I'm going to give it a save. And we're going to go on lunch. And I will be back in an hour. I'll put up a timer so you know when I'll be returning, so we can start rendering this taiga land of festivities. Doesn't really feel very festive right now. That's kind of the concern I'm having at the moment. Like, is it really, you know, Christmassy feeling, right? Like, I want to still convey that better. And I almost feel like this kind of feels more open and friendly, but there's still this barrier that blocks you, so it's still effective like that. Whereas it hiding down inside of a shell like this, maybe not the vibe. I don't know. But we'll go on lunch, and I'll probably have a better idea of like, no, I like that. That works better once I return. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Like having like a nice big decorated tree and like candy canes embedded in the ground and presents. Like I can definitely add all that stuff to cheer it up. So I don't think that will be impossible to achieve, even if we do that kind of like more like crater thing. So yeah, we'll explore that. All right, let me go on lunch. I'll see you in, well, at 2 in an hour. Bye. Hello. We are back. Lunch is done. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. So, looking at this with fresh eyes. Um, I'm still a bit undecided about the style of the like final showdown, but I don't need this task to be uploaded today, so I can kind of like decide on that later. However, the workshop and Winter Grove style area I'm pretty content with. So I say let's render those, and then we'll see how much time we have left. We'll try. Ow, Charlie. She just got up on my lap and then started kneading her claws into my leg. Please stop. Yeah, we can kind of see how far we get with rendering those. If we have plenty of time left, we can just explore trying different things with the fortress, the globe, the whatever. See if we like any of that, and or see if we can kind of do a version where it's all melt and inaccessible. Also, I wanted to kind of put the actual comet down here, quite likely, and then we can kind of like do more kind of Great Winter Hunt decorating around the map randomly. So there is still plenty to do today, but again, I don't need to have all of it like completed. So if we don't kind of finish this, no biggie. I think it's best to just kind of like do it well. All right, so I'm just gonna start by kind of backing the color that I had there already. I'm gonna turn the sketch down quite a bit. Okay, Charlie, I know you're very cute, but laying on me while digging all your claws in for your own comfort isn't the nicest for me. I'm not. Yeah, I know. She like is like squinting contently and just kind of like doing that with her claws in my gut. It's always when I'm like running a stream that you get like this too. It's just me randomly rambling that makes her like cozy or something. Okay. So I actually think that it might be ideal to move this folder below the base map so that these trees are on top and I can work with kind of like the edge that exists. And then that also means that like I can just merge these layers into that kind of group, because this is going to become a permanent visual on the map, much like the gloomy Greenwood still exists even when the event isn't active. So that'll make that easier. Cool. Okay, so let's go to this color layer. I'm actually going to turn the sketch down even more. I just want a hint of it, really. Because for the most part, I'm just going to be just painting based off of kind of like what I think would look best there. I think for the factory grounds, I want it to be kind of warmer and kind of more temperate feeling. Like it's at least warming the area around it a little bit. And I like the concept of there being kind of like definitely like fully snow-covered kind of hilltop here, and kind of snow trails going through the hillside. Yeah, I gotta remember lighting's on the opposite side because it's flipped right now. Should I unflip it? I should unflip it just sooner than later, I think. And I did recently save, so I'm not too worried about that. Image rotation, horizontal. Gonna take a minute. Ow, your claws. I need to cut your jaws. This pinky is very long. I get the trimmers. Ow. Okay, she ran away. Had the cat nail clippers, and she knew what those were. All right. Oh. All right. Still be a little bit before this is done flipping. There isn't even that many layers anymore. It used to be like every location had like all the layers that was part of the process of creating it. There was like sometimes like layer effects and stuff like that, and I flattened so much of that down, but like the file is still it just eats my machine up. The actual kind of like memory, active memory that it requires to even kind of run this file is like it contains 5 gigs of just kind of like keeping this active in the RAM, which I don't know. I have a decent amount of RAM on this computer, so it's not like a lot of it necessarily. It's a chunk, but still, it takes a bit to flip and save. But it used to take like 10 minutes, and that's when I was like, I'm gonna rebuild this file because that's a nightmare. And I'm definitely feeling that I want to rebuild the file again, because I actually really want to work on this in Clip Studio instead of Photoshop, because Photoshop is just slower in general a lot of the time for me now, and I just prefer the brushes in there now. Just have much more kind of control with those and more custom brushes now. So maybe after I do this, I'll look at kind of like adapting the file, because I'm actually the only one that works on this file as well. So me kind of using a different program won't really be an issue, especially if I just export it as a Photoshop file when needed. All right. So I do want this snow line just kind of like reaching out through the trails in the forest. And so what's interesting with this kind of like climate or biome or whatever is you have kind of like snowy floors and the trees with like lots of growth, and then kind of like some snow-capped trees, but like just creates this magical looking forest that way. So that'll look pretty cool if I can capture that essence. And then I also want like a bubbling brook. So we'll go with a pretty bright color because it's going to be like rapids, right? So you're going to get a lot of froth and just water that's very active. So it gets kind of like, foamy and more kind of white from that kind of activity. And also I want there to be kind of like a lot of kind of just like layers of it, kind of like, hitting rocks and frothing up there and like having little kind of drops and stuff. So it's like, that looks precarious to traverse, right? I want it to feel kind of like not the easiest thing to cross safely. I should probably look at kind of like watercolors of different locations just so that I'm not so far off from those. So we have kind of more of a muted blue, which I think would be good to kind of bring into a lot of the areas, but I'm still going to keep the kind of like whitewater rapids portions for a lot of it. Mm, yeah, you know, like that's something that's being brought up, and like I think is not a bad idea at all. Is just kind of like having a little kind of like, hey, this character was made by this artist. Like, obviously, that's just a nice thing to be able to kind of share. And we used to do that for one of the projects that we had. The shoot, what is it called? What was that game? The one with the mythmonger. What was that called? Lemon Light? It got changed to that. It used to be called something before that. But yeah, we actually we had like the cards themselves were made by all kinds of different artists, and we had them all signed by the artist. So that's obviously not a bad thing at all to do. And I actually am not sure why we haven't kind of done something like that on MouseHunt. Like there's just so much art that it would be nice to be able to know who did what. Give credit where it's due, you know. So I have to remember to kind of like bring up that concept because I think everyone would be like, yeah, of course, that's not a bad thing to do at all. And then people can be like, ooh, I really like this artist. And they've never done an art stream, so I don't really know about them. And now that I know who they are as an artist, I can like find their social media and follow them or something like that, you know? That's a nice thing to be able to do. Okay, so I also think that we're going to get more kind of like just kind of like rock and kind of less growth right along this stream. I feel like at least in here it's going to be more kind of you know rocks and less kind of like greenery. Um, yeah, I've actually I've done like a little kind of mini rapids kayaking, and it's actually super duper fun. And like what's it called? Rafting, where you have like a group of people inside like a uh, big cushiony raft, and you kind of go down, and you kind of like are spinning and trying to control it as a group, and just water is just bursting up and you know knocking people around. It's good fun. Definitely something to try if you have the chance. It's been quite a few years since I've done that though. But it's a nice little adventure. Up in London, Ontario is where I've done that. So it's not like any kind of crazy rapids or anything, but it's a great excuse to check that out if you're anywhere near there. I would recommend it. Yeah, actually, the reason I've done that is Andrew was up in that area for a while, and when I'd come to visit him, we'd go rafting together. Good times. So yeah, kind of has like it looks like it's spilling out and kind of flushing that fresh water into the ocean there. It's nice. We have kind of like the the kind of snaking stream, right? Because it's going to try and kind of like take the path of least resistance, and as it does that, it's just carving away and making that more and more the path that it'll keep taking. And as it does that, it might like kind of change direction, and when that happens, it's going to start eating away at the material there, lifting up the soot and kind of carrying it down the stream. And it just kind of dances around as it goes over time. I feel like we'll be getting kind of like colder, less greenery up here, more bare rock. This isn't even an area that might even make it into the final kind of like slice of the map, so I don't want to spend too much time detailing that out, but it's kind of nice to know what could be there. Okay. Yeah, if I also kind of like make it look like there's a little bit of a ledge to this, where it's like, uh-oh, if you go down in there, it's going to be hard to get out. That will feel even more kind of like impassable. So it's definitely carved a deeper channel, which makes sense if it's like a really fast running thing. And like when the melt happens, the water level will rise and kind of like reach the upper edges of this, perhaps. Okay. And the sketch, I'm actually going to move it below the render layer, just because it's messing with the kind of colors a bit. Cool. Okay. So that's pretty dramatic. It has like a lot of contrast to it, and I think it's a little much, to be honest. So I'm actually going to take, would a luminosity brush be able to do this well? I'm just going to knock that down a bit. And it's just a little more subtle. We can also have kind of like the snow drift come right up to the edge of this, just to kind of like give a little bit more of this, okay, this is a different location beyond this point. Suddenly the area feels a little separated even more. So there's just kind of like some of the snow right at the edge, whereas this feels more kind of spring and summer, perhaps. Even if it's not the most realistic kind of transition. Yeah, and I think all the way up here, we're just going to make it like, yeah, that's all snow. Why not? We're going to make it like, you know, a nice thick evergreen forest here. We might as well just make this like cold and snowy right off the bat, right? So, like, I like this kind of feeling of like the kind of warmer area kind of reaching up into here, but then like beyond this it gets really cold. All right. Cool. Okay. So I think I'll actually have the snowy layer kind of like pushing forward here. Okay, I think for now I will have the sketch on top. And when I do kind of like a good render pass, I'll just hide the sketch completely. That'll make it easier. Yeah, I definitely want the snow to be all the way down on the ground here, like right up to the workshop. Is it a workshop? Is it a factory? I feel like it's a workshop, right? Because like makes me think more of like Santa's workshop. Right. So all right, cool. I'm just gonna even that out a bit more, so it's easier to see what's going on with the sketch as opposed to a mishmash of colors not aligning with the sketch. Great. Okay, cool. So we are aligned correctly. So we still have the light coming from the top right now. So I'm going to take this cooler blue and just kind of like shade the side of this hill so that we have a little more dimension to it. And because I like to, do I have a triangle brush on Photoshop? This might be a bit extreme. It's not too bad. Just kind of like using this to kind of have patches where the snow isn't really holding up there, right? That's okay. That works. Cool. All right, so let's do a bunch of trees. I think the trees are really going to help this read properly. And I'm going to actually just turn off the grid. It's very distracting at this point. All right. Trees, happy little trees. Triangles, can you do trees? Just have a new layer for this. That's not going to be very useful for that. Just seeing if there's any custom brushes that can make this quicker. Probably not. Can't think of any. Cool. Okay. We'll just use a regular brush, or the hairbrush. Hairbrush might be good. Little kind of cusps of trees, whatever that would be called. Those are very dark, but evergreens tend to be a bit darker. However, these are supposed to be cinnamon trees as well. So, also the size of these with the detail level, I think we could kind of make some of these a bit bigger and more detail-oriented. I also wanted to have like some of the trees just kind of like as if an avalanche took them out, you know, from this kind of just blasting into the area. It could be more dramatic looking, like, oh wow, like this was a recent thing that might have happened. Either way, it's unnaturally kind of like encroaching in the areas around it. Even though an avalanche is a natural thing, it's kind of more like, oh, this is unwelcome. Cool. Okay. Let's just go back to our basic brush. And we can, yeah, again, like, I feel like I should have would be a good brush for that? No, definitely not that. So I must use something. Scratch brush, what do you do? Nope. This could be good for like melted, dragged snow, that kind of feeling. Keep that in mind. Shadow brush, interesting. I just silk have colors. I just need like a super textury, but like flat brush. It's been so long since I've gone through these custom brushes that I don't even know what exists. Chalk? That might be alright. Cracks could be useful for like making ice looking stuff. Keep that in mind too. Oh, that's actually really funny. I like that idea. Just comically large cinnamon sticks instead of it actually being like what a cinnamon tree looks like, which wouldn't really fit in this environment and people wouldn't recognize. But they would recognize like a spooled up cinnamon stick. So I actually quite like that. It's definitely a good idea. Alright. Do I just not have a good flat brush? Might not. Oh. Oh well. Yeah, we'll do like an evergreen glade with like cinnamon sticks just jammed into the ground. I think that's fun. It's more whimsical feeling. And one thing I really miss about kind of using Clip Studio versus Photoshop is the when I switch to erasing mode in Clip Studio, it like keeps the brush that I'm using and just erases using that same brush. But in Photoshop, I have the same hotkeys for those actions, but like it actually changes what the brush is for the eraser, and I always forget that it's going to do that. So like my eraser might be like 10 times as wide and soft as my painting brush, so I have to like adjust it as I go. I know there's like some people set up hotkeys to just kind of like make Photoshop work that way, where it's you're now erasing or painting with like an empty color almost, or inverting the tool or something like that. You have to kind of know how to set that up custom. I don't need it all that much, so I'll just make do. Cool. Alright, so I do want to kind of make it feel like these trees from the gloomy glade or evergreen spooky land. What is it called? Are kind of like on either side of this, right? So the area is still nicely connected. Gloomy greenwood, is that what it is? And some of these trees are massive. We are working on a separate layer. Okay, good. That would have been, I would have been like upset if I did all that and then I'm like, oh no, they're not separate layers, so I can't just kind of easily adjust things. Charlie, you're very bad at just laying on my lap and not stabbing me every time you get on my lap. then you get all cozy, and you're like way too warm and just cooking me alive. And then you're so cozy, you just start to slip off my lap. And then when you fall, you just dig in your claws even more. So this is her way of showing me affection. It's like making me overheat, stabbing me. And I can't say no. I can't say no. She's so cute, but also so strange. She's a weird cat. She like will just kind of like go into a room and like find a corner and just stare up at it and meow for like 10 minutes up at the corner. Or like wake up and just kind of murple like she's lost. It's very cute when she does that though. Yeah, I feel like she gets very confused a lot. It's not all there, this cat. But who of us are? Okay. So I feel like I could muck around with like tiny little tree details forever. But I should probably get the cinnamon going. We're going to kind of use that concept, which I think is fun. I'll have to like verify that it's going to like work with the like. Okay, so a couple of things that I think of with this is like mechanically, I think it's okay. It'll work with like what we have going, but like in the future, is that going to be just like a confusing thing? Like if the mechanics aren't going to use cinnamon in the future, and you're looking at this, you're like, why is there a bunch of cinnamon rolls? And not cinnamon rolls, but cinnamon sticks. Cinnamon rolls would be pretty cozy looking though. Just a bunch of glazed rolls up in the like the wilderness. Just make a new area out of it where it's just like bugs have crawled all over this. Yay! Delicious. Yeah, I didn't know that cinnamon was actually tree bark until we were kind of like figuring out what we wanted some of the mechanics to be and figured that one out. Or at least I didn't know that. Hopefully this is going to read. And hopefully it reinforces the concept without compromising future designs. Otherwise I can just turn off that layer and try doing kind of more traditional cinnamon trees, which I looked them up and they're pretty cool. They almost look like a birch tree, which actually will look pretty appropriate in this environment. But they have like a really high canopy, so like they're very tall and flat, and they basically like cut the bark around it and like strip it off and then dry that. And that's literally what we use for spices, the like inner tree bark. Because yeah, there's like an outer kind of like birch paper looking kind of layer, and then yeah, like the inside is like a nice nice brown bark. So it's neat, interesting stuff. But yeah, like the location itself, I think we're kind of like looking at making it called the Cinnamon Grove or something like that. So it could be these trees, and then it'd be kind of like, okay, cool, I guess cinnamon is here somehow if you don't know about like a cinnamon tree, right? might not kind of make that connection. But if it is just literally like the cinnamon grove, and there is just giant kind of like planks of rolled cinnamon jetting out of the earth, that's very whimsical and obvious. So it kind of works. And also, I think it's just going to be hard to like, at least for the maps view, be like, look, it's a cinnamon tree. I think the HUD portion, I might actually be able to kind of do some of that if we want it. Yeah, also I want it to be kind of like, cool, there's snow covered. That's going to get darker. Maybe at least one cinnamon tree there just to say we did, right? Just be like, okay, cool. Maybe it's just this one magical tree that's producing all that cinnamon is all we need. So just be like, yeah, we know that it comes from a tree, and here it is. But then it's just jutting out giant stacks of cinnamon that is pretty wildly oversized. And then what could be fun is like instead of log rolls, it's literally the cinnamon, gigantic cinnamon spools. Yeah, the cinnamon bun idea. Do it. The Fallen Forest. I like that name. Mm. Sweet. More knowledge. That layer of the bark used is called cork cambium. It's a vascular layer. Yeah, okay. Oh, what an idea, Jade. That's awesome. Just a thin cinnamon brown swirl around the mountain. You genius. I love it. Yeah, let's just turn this hill into like a cinnamon bun. Oh, that's fun. I didn't even think of that. Oh, that's genius. Brilliant. Okay, cool. I like that a lot. Let's see. Like, what would be a good brush for this? Texture. Maybe. It's kind of interesting because it's like, is that a dirt path? Is that what that is? Yeah, we'll deepen and darken that up, and kind of like, I like the concept of it. Just like, no, it's a giant cinnamon bun. It's just, it's very silly, and I enjoy it. I enjoy silly in our universe. If it makes me go like, oh, that's so ridiculous, then it's a good idea. Very fun. Very fun idea. I like that. And yeah, like it'll just look like, oh, okay, cool. There's like a dirt road that kind of spirals up through this. It does kind of maybe feel like it could impede the feeling of it being like ski slopes and stuff, but I think there's ways to work with that still. Like if I have kind of like the snow glaze kind of like dripping along and kind of creating these ski paths, and then I actually tighten up the tree groupings to kind of show like, cool, there's like ski paths down this thing, and there's just kind of like, yeah, cool, it's the Cinnamon Hills um, uh, concept here. Then I think that'll be good. All right, let's get some like dark specks, nice and saturated. Let's see, just like flecks of the cinnamon. So I feel like It's almost more of like a sticky glaze that you get as the layer in between, and like the actual flecks of cinnamon would be dark, and it's like that like syrupy sugar that kind of gives it that like lighter brown note. Um, I'm probably totally mistaken, but I think this will kind of like make it feel more like the dessert if I have kind of like these darker flecks in it. And then yeah, I think just kind of the spools of cinnamon makes it ridiculous, and I think the other devs will be like, oh, that's great. What a fun way to portray this concept. And definitely also making the kind of like the spiral feel more shelved, or like um, there's like more of a layer to each of these. Right? So that feels more like a spiral bun if there's kind of like that lip, that like thickness to the hillside. Yeah, oh, that's great. I like that a lot. That's very good. Delicious. Wow, did I do that on the same layer as the trees? What's wrong with me? Alright, I don't know how I merged that. I don't think I did that on the same layer. I didn't think I did. It is what it is now. I'm committed. I'm okay with that. Cinnamon Grove. The Glazy Hills. Yeah. Thank you for that idea, Jade. Very fun. Darken that a bit more. Yeah, I don't know how I merged those layers. I'm pretty sure they weren't the same layer. It will. I do feel like it's maybe not adhering very well to the grid space. I might need to kind of pull that, stretch that a little bit, just to kind of make sure it feels like it's properly in perspective. Let's see if I can do that by doing this. Maybe. Yeah, it's not the easiest way to do that. I think I just need to do it in smaller batches. Like this part here is what I think needs to kind of stretch out a bit better. And then even then, right here, the very top needs to kind of do that a bit more. And that feels a little bit more kind of actually adhering to this kind of like grid plane a bit better at least. And event season is often a time where I'm working on art that makes me hungry. just just kind of ends up being a thing. Like doing the cake bases for the birthday often will do that. It's just kind of like, well, now I really crave cake. After rendering it, now I'm kind of like thinking about Nice cinnamon bun. It's a dangerous profession, I tells you. Cinnamon hills. It's fun. I like that. Did we get a Steve in somewhere? I think. Did we get Steve in? Oh, wait. What happened to the. Oh, I know what's going on. Huh, there we go. I was like, where did all the Great Winter Hunt stuff go? Oh no, I deleted layers somehow. So where's... Did we do a Steve? Maybe we didn't end up doing a Steve. Steve the Snowman, is it? We'll have to find that. Alright. Okay, I'll just... I think I'm good with the grid off. Oh, thank you, Charlie. It was getting very toasty. Alright. We have a cinnamon tree. We have the swirling grove. Unfortunately, the same layer as the tree line. That was my bad. I'm actually going to create a new layer and just kind of work on highlighting some trees with that. Again, like, I do want to make more dense patches of trees. Actually, you know what? Let's duplicate this. Just erase the cinnamon from this one. Erase the trees from the other, because I feel like that little bit of extra effort to do that is actually going to pay out in the end. Instead of just allowing them to be on the same layer and trying to work around it. I could see that being a bit of an issue. So I'm going to do what I don't always do and actually try to do it the correct way. Yeah, that's fine. And then just goodbye trees. Bye-bye. Cool. Okay. There we go. Now we can actually manage them as separate entities. Cool. Just merge that down. Alright. I do want to create more dense thickets of woods. That is my priority right now. And then I'd like to jump to the factory real quick. First, I'm going to make it feel like there's more kind of like pathways for the skiers. Also, but like flipping between pen and or pencil and brush is just gets me every time when it's not the same dimensions. Maybe I should figure out how to change my brushes so that they can just swap to erasing in Photoshop. But I also need to leave room for cinnamon sticks to jet out. And then I also want to make sure that these forests feel like they're coated in snow. And the fun thing is it almost will look like it's just kind of like icing sugar sprinkled on top of them. If it like really has that feeling of like the cinnamon roll dessert thing going on. It'll be interesting to see what we decide to do when we melt the region, though. Is it still going to be this like tasty-looking cinnamon bun, or are we going to be like, nope, it's gross and you don't want to go there and eat it now? Toasted cinnamon. Oh no, that's a good idea. Yeah, when the Great Winter Hunt melts away, it becomes the toasted cinnamon bun. Really. It's a lot of cinnamon and very swirled. So it's very eye catchy. So I might try to kind of mute that down. Um, so we could take more of the shaded hill and kind of push that back. Closer to and to be fair, in that area it would be quite a bit darker, I think. So that works. Got like enough tree cover and it's on the far side. And then like the actual cinnamon trails on the lit side, we can just kind of like brighten up. I think that would be a bad thing. Probably still gonna get like snow coating it, right? So it still has the concept of it, and it's just pushed back just a little bit more. Also, I think if I feather the edges a bit, it will kind of help knock that back too. Doesn't need to be like crisp pathways, right? Or cinnamon dusted or something like that. Pull that back a bit too. Sweet. Yeah, when it's all melted, there's just little crumbs of it left, like someone had eaten it. So much potential for such a silly idea. I like it. I like it. Alright, let's go back to the tree line. And these are going to get knocked back quite a bit too. They're very, like, very dark for the rest of the stuff around it. Just draws a little too much contrast. But once I have it all blocked in, I can kind of make those adjustments easier. So I want the trees to feel pretty small because I want it to feel like it's a bit of a mountain. No, not like a really kind of big, bold, massive mountain, but big enough that like there's going to be these kind of ski slopes going. And it's an interesting challenge where, I can kind of like have like little tiny micro trees all over the place and then bigger pines and stuff, and to just make them feel like they fit together in the same space. They're at least usually different like distances apart, so you don't really look at them at the same time. You kind of be like, wait, that tree is so much bigger than, like, it's as big as an entire forest of trees over there. Weird. So oh, it's warm. Hopefully it's not too boring just watching me like do just very rough trees. Actually, I watched an episode of Bob Ross super recently, and just kind of like you gotta appreciate that guy's skills. Just kind of like the minimal brush strokes to create the most convincing thing. It's good stuff. Also gotta toss in some cinnamon sticks. I definitely want to make sure I get kind of like the dusting on the trees. I think that'll add a lot. So I should see where that pip ended up. Yeah, that's interesting. I might have that pip move because it kind of is going to get in the way of the swirl proper. So yeah, that one I want to move. This time it will be on the devs to put it in a place as opposed to me making the art around it. Kind of forgot that that was going to be a thing, so I didn't really check to see what would happen with these details now that they're drawing so much attention. Alright. A bunch of little trees. Now, let's do another layer. Get some cinnamon sticks. For the most part, I don't want them to be super duper massive, right? just kind of the same size as the trees around, so they kind of blend in a bit better, become a part of the environment. And there's a fallen one over here. It's getting ready to be harvested. Got knocked over there. There's some, just a bunch of them hiding out in the forests. I think would be good. Just kind of add to the density of those as well. The cinnamon ice cream comet, but then we need to dig deep in order to enter the cone of doom. I mean, I like it. I'm going to contact the devs and be like, we're changing everything. Time to climb inside the cinnamon swirl. We're going in. We can also put like candy canes and stuff around. I want more gaps. More like negative space would be useful for how much just noise is happening here. To make things easier to read, rather than just trying to cram as much little details in. Because less is more. If I try and kind of overwhelm the space with details, then you're not going to see any of them, because it's just going to be noise and hard to look at. Cool. Okay, I think that's probably quite a few. It's enough that I think when you're looking closely, you'll kind of like see that. And then when we do the HUD, I'll be able to actually show this concept better. So that'll be nice. All right, so we got those. I want to just add some snow to the top of the trees before moving on, just because that's gonna. I just keep thinking about not being able to have the trees covered in snow if I don't do it now. So. This will make it feel more like that kind of climate concept where there is tree growth up in like the snowy territory. I wonder, could I just kind of dust it all real quick? Right. And then come back with an eraser that has some kind of texture. It's kind of something. It's maybe a start to what I want it to be. I think overall, a lot of the trees would actually kind of blend in with the like surrounding hillside, because they're both covered in snow, so it's gonna going to be pretty similar looking in parts. I feel like it's not quite right. It might also be a case of just kind of like I need to step away from this part of the image and like move on to something else. It'd be also more interesting. Also, did I share a Larry link? I don't think I shared a Larry link, and I have a Larry link, so I should share that. Copy link. Paste. Ow. Let me grab my own as well. Sorry about that. Oh, a super sport charms. Thank you, Larry. I think the floor below the trees could also just kind of like match just a bit more. Make it on the layer above the cinnamon, thank you. So we'll do this and that. Just kind of like allow the trees to kind of exist against that snowy floor that is now shaded by them. Right? Because there's going to be a lot of light blockage from these denser evergreens. And like the snow floor is going to catch a lot of light, so it's going to be quite bright where it's in direct light. But because the grove is like thick enough, it's really going to like knock that down. So that feels a little more kind of like there's a forest growing on the side of this thing at least. So that's good. It's maybe, like, it definitely feels more wintry than the area to the left, so that's good. Just wanted to tuck that behind, make that look better. All right. Yeah, it looks like when you kind of see it zoomed out, I think I get a feeling of like, cool, there's scattered trees. It doesn't quite have that kind of like thicker trees, and then climbing up the hillside, they get, you know, thinner and thinner, and I don't see any like ski trails, so that I think is something to improve on. So I think I want to thin out the trees a bit more up here. And I think I need to go quite as dark. In fact, I'll lighten that up to just kind of make it feel a bit taller. That feels a little bit more like it's rising out of the ground as this fairly impressive mound of cinnamon roll. And then for here, I think I just need some of these to kind of like lose their aggressive highlight and just kind of like fall into the scene a bit better. I should actually even just, instead of green, have the trees be more kind of like a, at least in the shaded areas, like a cooler blue. And make them feel a little more kind of like cold and snowy because the light maybe is just kind of bouncing a bit colder light into their shadows. Cool. Okay. I'm just kind of like getting some of that greenwood green on the trees that are like really close so that we get to see there's like this dramatic enough shift that you can even notice it. And knock some of this light back too. I think for the feeling of like snow-capped trees, just kind of making sure that the kind of that brighter snowy bit is at the top, and it kind of like almost has a bit of a gradient as it goes down the tree. There's less and less happening. And honestly, the way that an evergreen is, it's going to kind of like have different shelves of leaves kind of like zigzagging with snow captured on either side. Why am I still working on the forest? I've been on this for a while. Holy cow. Alright. I need to work on the factory. Let's see. I suppose I could do the cinnamon stick real fast and just kind of make sure those feel dimensional. Get nice and dark where it's shaded. And get nice kind of golden accent just to make it a little more delicious. Maybe a bit more red. And then I do want to imply that there's that like curling structure, but these are so small it's not really something I can kind of like convey. There we go. Yeah, I just need to like have a shadow seam somewhere so that your brain is like, oh, I know what that looks, what that thing is, right? That's it curling in on itself. Cool. And then I think the base of these I want to just kind of dust with a little bit of kind of snowy bounce light or snowdrift that kind of like stuck to the base of it and just kind of like lets them sit in the environment just a little bit more. But the tops of them kind of draw your eye, catch your attention. Those ones are far enough away that I'll just have them muted out. And I could see there being like almost like a snowy haze in and around here too, which could look nice. But I think that'd be more kind of like a later final pass that I'd kind of try and get something like that to work. Okay, are we actually going to jump to the factory? We should jump to the factory. Here's bigger cinnamon sticks. Let's see if I can just position those real quick. So that we can kind of, you know, see how obviously cinnamon grove it is. The trees. Yeah, I think that draws enough attention to the concept of the cinnamon. And I'll just lighten up the base of those real quick so they fit a little more comfortably. Cool, okay, factory time. For real this time. I'll actually make a new layer. Workshop. Our new folder with layers in it, and let's just grab our accent brush. We'll in fact grab like the cinnamon color. It's a bit dark to see what's going on. I do actually think I want it to kind of be a bit darker for the render, because I want the like lights of the building to kind of like just stand out nicely. Yeah, the like bulk of the chimney was going to mess with the silhouette. I filled that in like the sketch had wanted. Better to have a stronger silhouette. Okay. Next little cinnamon pile here. Great. Okay. And I'll do a layer that is clipped to this. Alright. And for the shaded side, I'm still going to get a lot of kind of ambient sky. So it'll still light up a lot of stuff. A cinnamon cane. Oh, interesting. Did you know that cinnamon can actually reduce your blood sugar by increasing the insulin response? Another fun fact. No and tell. That's pretty good to know. So it like causes your body to think there is more sugar in the blood and kind of like create a insulin response to that while not actually adding the sugar content into the stream. That's quite interesting. Did we get Steve? Not yet. No. No, we have not Steve-ified it. Where should we have a Steve, though? Any particular Steve location? Also, I don't remember what he looks like exactly. Very nice map. Very nice. Enjoy. What are you going to watch? Don't forget to sprinkle a little on your popcorn. Sci-fi movie. Oh yeah. Good, good. Alright, let's see. So I should probably have some like snow on the rooftop in parts. Now it just looks like the snow that would have collected on the roof has just kind of fallen off into this pile over here, as opposed to it being collected and transported from the comet. Okay, so there's a little bit of warm happening with that. I think we can kind of go even further with that kind of warmth. I don't want it to feel like, oh, if you go in here, you're going to melt or anything, but I do like the idea that kind of having a, not freezing quality, because everything else around is going to feel that way. Yeah, I need to also expand where this kind of edge of the terrain reaches. And open up the floor of this to frozen harbor, docks, frozen docks. Just have like clumps of ice. Yeah, I think with like a whole bunch of that, just kind of like scattered like that, it feels like it's kind of like on the verge of just melting, which is probably the effect. It will help lead the player to understand where the dock disappeared to. I don't need it to be like pure white. It's a bit much. All right. And I think because it's like in the water itself, it's actually going to be kind of ice. Because if it was snow, it would just kind of like turn to slush instantly, right? So you could have kind of this kind of glass-like, kind of see-through version of the dock. Will look cool. We'll have kind of like some of the snow that's being tracked onto it, kind of covers over the fact that it's like super slippery glass, ice, not glass. And so inside of it there is going to be nicely internally glowing. And the area that would kind of usually be lit is actually going to be dark. So that I can kind of throw a nice sharp specular highlight on that. It's going to pop. And to help convey the idea that it is a dock, I think having planks of wood, but rather ice, might help with that. So hopefully that kind of feels like it's a dock made of ice. And I can also just have little bits of it melting and chipping off. Cool. Alright, I'm actually going to do a quick layer on top of that and make a few posts. Okay, that. Those are just snow-capped. And then a little bit more internal glow for some of them. Cool, okay. I think that that's probably more than enough to convey that concept. Probably overdid it. I don't think I'll have time today to make the boats, unfortunately, unless we wanted to try and explore that and figure that out together. It's not like a relevant part of the gameplay, so we could kind of do whatever we want with it, and I think that'd be acceptable. Yeah. Like, not sure how late I'll go today. I'm kind of already starting to feel a bit fatigued. So let's see. We'll see. Should probably get the different layers separated better. So this is the top of the cinnamon stuff. And that goes that one, all the way to the, ooh. Put you in your own folder. There we go. Okay, cool. So just to make it easier to organize, that's its own folder there. Workshop is not fully contained in its own folder. Now it is. Okay, and then for the actual background, painting. That's currently behind the base map. And I can just merge that. And let's turn on the sketch. I should probably do this ice cliff as a separate layer, just so that I can kind of keep the water in it a little more controllable for now. Okay, the actual terrain here is on this layer back here, the factory itself, so I'll just use that. I'm thinking, you know, like, this land here isn't like frozen ground, it's actual kind of earth and stuff, right? Or it could be, that's kind of how I'm imagining it at the moment. But that changes how the cliff will kind of work right here, which is fine. This can be actual dirt. And then, like, further out, the dirt only goes so high. And it's actually kind of like just a gigantic layer of permafrost or something that's going to the cliff wall. Should probably use more of the rocky kind of ledge as opposed to kind of like rich and textured soil. It's kind of like the rock is there, and under just this layer of ice, it's starting to freeze over it. So we got the actual water line that's more melted there. Like as the mist of the sea splashes up, it can kind of stick to the rocks and start to freeze up there. So I might still get little hints of kind of like boulders kind of just near the edge of the ice, but now it's just all ice, right? It's like a full-on glacier up there. turn off the sketch. Thank you, Dave. It was actually, yeah, I think Jade Parcels in the chat had that brilliant concept, and it's just too good not to use, right? If you plan on doing the boats, can we have a single one stray off path and go salute Carl? I like that. Yeah, it could just be like little festive schooners puttering around, right? If we wanted to do that, it'd be fun. Not sure if the workshop is quite right, but another nice pile of snow right here. I think I want to maybe like even kind of darken the ground a bit more around it so that the snow piles kind of stand out a bit better. It's a busy place. There's a lot of foot traffic and stuff being transported in. So we're going to have kind of muddy ground there, and then the snow just kind of sitting pretty on top of it. Perhaps that. I want to get the groves. The tops of the cinnamon sticks. I just want to make sure that those have like a nice little pop to them. All right. Yeah, so I'm potentially going to trim the map to kind of like cut out that cinnamon bun shape a little better, and then if we put stuff behind that, it'll fill in behind it. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Just realized the actual like dock should be like a snowflake with it kind of like each of these kind of coming off of it at 30 degrees. Of course. Silly not to do it that way, right? Guess I'll just merge these together and hope for the best. Is this gonna work? And then this one, I slide it forward, but for now out of the way. And I just kilter this one. Mmm, so crumbly. Not clean at all. Did not work as well as the other one. Oof. Okay, hang on. We can clean that up. Yeah, that's closer to that 30-degree angle that I want. Oop. Did I just merge that? Oh, wow. Accidentally hitting hotkeys to merge layers. Good job, me. Oh well. Alright. Now I can just transport this back up. And we're good. Sorry, I feel like some of that might have been off screen. Didn't realize. The Photoshop layout that I have, all the tools are on the right-hand side, and in Clip Studio I have a lot of the tools on the left-hand side to just kind of like prevent me from moving what I'm working on all the way over here and rendering it out there. So I should probably figure out something similar. Sweet. Yeah, it's a little more snowflake shaped. Just a smidge. Welcome back, Roxanne. We've been slowly chipping away. Very slowly chipping away. There's still lots to do on this. As I mentioned recently, I'm not sure how long I'll go today. But I think as long as we're all having fun. You know what? I'm just going to merge these down. Or is that a bad idea? That might be a bad idea. I think a good idea would be to do a save before I accidentally merge things I don't want to and lose stuff. So let's do a save. Yeah, I think that workshop, like, it stands out as kind of like a little kind of structure here, which is interesting. I think that I want to kind of get that retainer wall there better, and I might kind of like lighten it up a bit more so it's not like massively sticking out like a sore thumb, but I like the dock. That kind of like, you know, icy blue is nice. I could kind of have nice like carved path leading up to the workshop and kind of like a trail out to the grove. I might, if we're gonna move the marker for the grove, which I think would be a good idea. Actually, we might not even need to move the marker here. I might actually just move the workshop up again, because now that it has kind of like its contrast and is a bit more rendered, I actually feel like there could be a little bit more space at the ledge of the harbor here in the workshop, and I feel like there's room to do that. Whereas this pip is just getting a little messy here, so either we shuffle some of the cinnamon grove around, or we move the pip. And at this point, it might be easiest to move the pip for that. Just up a little is all it would need, just so that it's not like lining up with the edge of the hill, and you kind of lose a lot of that understanding of like it's kind of like the cinnamon roll shape, right? Cool, yeah, so the ice fortress I do not think we're going to be able to do today. I did a lot of sketches for it that all of them are like, it could work, but I'm not totally sold that that's exactly how I want it to look. So it'll be better to just come at it another day and like really kind of figure that out. What else? We want to kind of change the train station. Obviously, that shouldn't exist anymore. So I might just kind of blow that up before I forget to. Just kind of put a big chunk in it. There we go. And maybe I'll like leave a little bit of it. But this will kind of like, when I'm like looking to upload it, if I somehow forget to tweak this area, I'll be like, oh goodness, that looks like a mess. Actually, I'll get rid of this mound here as well. Cool. Yeah, okay, great. And actually I want to have like the snow like going basically all the way out onto the dock and then the boats and stuff, right? So that'll be fun. All right, what else? You know, I'm actually going to take like a 2-minute quick break. Although it's 4 o'clock, wondering if I should just wrap up right now, or take a quick break and then try and just kind of like finish some final details. I think right now the point I'm at is it's very fiddly details before I go to work on something more major like the fortress, and I don't have kind of like the steam in me, I think, to figure out the fortress at the moment. So it might be best to wrap up now, and I can kind of like send out some stuff I need to before the week is over anyways, so I should probably do that. Unfortunately, in case all of you were hoping to kind of get the full map experience today, I don't think that's happening. So, yeah, I think actually with that, I should probably wrap it up. But I hope you enjoyed. A lot of really good feedback today. I mean, I always get really good feedback from you all, but there's some pretty great kind of like shifts of perspective that I think increase the kind of whimsy and fun of the area a lot. So thank you for the input. Like the concept with this like rapid running water from the snowmelt kind of making it more impassable, I think it's going to be like something to like have a lot of fun, really making that look more kind of dangerous and chaotic. And yeah, there's just so much that's going to be fun to render out with this that I don't know, I almost want to kind of just like do a live stream of the rest of it, but I might kind of have it wrapped up before that time. We'll see though, and maybe we'll just hold off on finishing rendering it until next Feedback Friday. We'll see how the timing of everything works out. Maybe that can happen, but yeah. All right, well, I'm going to end things here, and just thank you all so much for coming and hanging out and spending time and sharing your thoughts, or just joining for the ride, and or listening in, or just popping in into the sea every few hours what has progressed. But I hope you all stay safe and take care of each other, take care of yourselves. I shall see you later, and until then, happy hunting, everybody. I'll catch you later. All right, thank you again.